spoken by people who have lots of money, relatively speaking. If you look at the information poor, if you look at people that speak Amharic or Nepali, they don't get localized content because they can't pay for it. It's not easy. And the effect that that has is tremendous. And this is, this is kind of a very black and white picture. There's lots of gray in between. There's not just live or die. There's not all health or being sick, but there's also having fun. Being able to play games in your language, being able to find out about different interest rates, about prices at local markets, and all that stuff is not available very often in the local languages. So there's one. This is all very small, and again, the most important bit here is this: that there are more than 24,000 children dying every day because they don't, and they and their parents do not have access to health information. It's not because they don't have access to medicine, to doctors, because they don't have access to the right information. And the examples here are that a lot of people don't know about the symptoms of childhood pneumonia. They don't know about the fact that you have to give children lots of fluids when they have diarrhea. 3 and 4 hospital doctors in district hospitals in lots of developing countries. They do not have sufficient knowledge about common killers such as childhood pneumonia, severe malnutrition, and sepsis, and lots of stuff. So if you're interested in this, there's an organization called DigiTrans14, and there's lots and lots of data about this available, where it becomes clear that lack of access to information in your language, obviously, can kill. But that is an extreme, and there's lots of gray in between that. On the other hand, there's an example here from Reuters Market Light. It's a project that Reuters did with a local mobile phone provider in India, where they developed an app that helped local farmers, or gave local farmers in their local language in India, relevant news about the crop prices and localized weather reports. And and the people actually started to pay for it. Very, very little, but there are loads of those people that paid very little, and it became even financially a success. And it doubled farmers' yearly income within months. So localization poverty, information poverty exists, but we can do something about it. Number 3. And number 4 is the new content reality. Those figures all, they change all the time, and you will have seen them. I don't know how often, I guess. But they're still really fascinating. So per minute, there were, when I got this information here, it's 2 years old by now, 100 per minute. There are 100,000 tweets. There are almost 700,000 pieces of content on Facebook. There are 48 hours of YouTube videos being uploaded, per minute. And nobody will ever be able to watch that. Lots of blogs, pictures on Flickr and Instagram. So there's a kind of a content tsunami, and it's not produced by Oracle and Microsoft and SAP and whoever else. It's produced by you and me, by people uploading pictures from this event here, by tweeting, writing their blogs, and that is by far the biggest amount of content that is being produced. And localization cannot really cope with this. And the kind of the mantra that localization enterprises give to their operational localization translation teams, which is cheaper, better, faster, the operational demands that can no longer be fulfilled. So what they do is they massage the figures a little bit. They do a little bit about the quality. They introduce machine translation and say that will solve all their problems. But really, they're not able to cope with this tsunami of content that is hitting them. So there's a new localization reality, and what we see is that people are taking things into their own hands. So there's loads of examples where communities start to translate stuff themselves. And the ones that I have here is the Khan Academy. So there's online courses in science and mathematics and stuff. They're translated by hundreds of volunteers. TED has, I think, almost 10,000 translators. they cover 98 languages, which is more than Google Translate would ever do. Well, it does do at the moment. BBB Korea is an interpreting services where if you come to Korea and you don't speak Korean, you can pick up a phone, ring a number, press 2 for German, and the phone then rings in the house of 3 Korean-German translators, and whoever picks up the phone first helps you to with their interpreting services. So this is a guy called Gary Hamel. He's ranked by, he's not a communist leader. He's ranked by the Wall Street Journal as the world's most influential business thinker, and he says, you know, the elites or managers in companies no longer control the conversation. It's people. So it's completely out of control. And the idea that you can control your scope, your budget, your schedule, your quality, all that stuff that large multinationals want to control is out the window. I have a version of this picture where if you're a James Bond film, you know what that is. It's when, you know, the sky falls. That's the feeling. You know, it's the end of the world for a lot of people in the translation business, and they really don't know what to do with it. And there is in psychology a concept called the illusion of control. And you know, when I thought about the picture, you know, who could, you know, I thought of this guy that was standing on this aircraft carrier saying, you know, the war is over. And he thought he had everything under control. So control leads to compliance. That's another thing. And with Sharkey, Daniel Pink is another guy that talks a lot about motivation and stuff. And autonomy leads us to engagement. And that's what you want. You want engagement. You don't want compliance. You don't want people to do what you tell them to do in an intelligent organization because they get fired if they don't. You know, you want them to do. You want to roll them behind your mission and your aims and the things that you want to achieve with your organization. You don't want them to comply because then they only function if you tell them to do something, if you're lucky. So, fourth essential truth is enterprises need control and communities thrive without it. So there's a little summary. There are no language barriers, but there are barriers to language services. There's a huge language industry, but it does not serve the majority of the people on this planet. Localization poverty kills 24,000 people a day, but we can do something about it. And localization will have to respond to the new localization reality where users are in charge. And that, by the way, is also interesting for companies because when users are in charge, they only do the stuff that they really want and that they need, and they don't do the stuff that they don't need and that they don't want. So those boring manuals that nobody is looking at ever will no longer be translated if the users are in charge because they just won't do it. The guy with the spreadsheet, the accountant on the plane, in first class, in front of the, you know, he doesn't. They very often don't have the time and they don't have the knowledge to really find out, you know, what it is that their users want. They say, well, we translate the whole lot because that's what we always did. And there's no need to do that because you can find out what people want. So our response to this was addressing the obvious, and we thought, you know, imagine, you know, this is what academics do. You know, they sit back, put their feet on the table, you know, have a cup of coffee, look out the window, the sun rising over the horizon, and they, well, imagine. And what we imagined was, you know, millions of volunteers delivering any type of digital content across thousands of languages. And, you know, this is I went to China last year, and this is the Beijing Opera House, the Chinese opera. And somebody called this an architect's wet dream. I don't know what that is, but it is something that, you know, in your wildest dreams you could not imagine. Really, you know, it's kind of half under the water. You know, the opera is really, this is water here, and then, you know, the opera is kind of, and it sticks out a little bit. It's a phenomenal building, and this is, you know, you have to think out of the box. You know, you don't build the Sydney Opera House. You know, you build something completely different that really catches people's imagination. And there's Clay Sharkey again. You know, 1 trillion hours a year of participatory value are up for grabs, so you just have to compete for it. And how do you compete for those hours? You know, you make it interesting for people. You make it engaging. You know, maybe with games or, you know, with an interesting way, maybe with technology. But also you make this, you give this a meaning. You know, you tell people that what they do, they don't just do for money. You know, money is important, for all of us, but it actually has an impact. It changes people's lives, and you get your name on the translation, and you're being acknowledged, and you can work with your colleagues, you can collaborate. So the idea is to get people together that have the skills to do what is needed, and allow them to do that in the best way possible, not just because they get paid, because then you get compliance, you pay them, and if they do a bad job, what do companies do if you deliver a bad translation? They send it back to you, and maybe they deduct 10–20% of the fee that you are about to charge them. So that's how they try to make you compliant. But really, what I have 10 minutes, 14 minutes. Okay. So what is our response to this? So we need new technology. We need user-centered interaction. We need to make this open source so that it is available for everybody, and we need to make it interoperable. And there is, at the back there, there were issues of localization focus, which is our journal that we publish, and this is a special standards issue. There are also T-shirts from the Retro Foundation, and one of my friends said that I should remind you all, not just him, that if you wash those T-shirts, you should wash them separately, because otherwise you fall into this trap that we set up for you to make everybody wear kind of reddish stuff. So when we did this, people asked us, why do you not use what we've got? Because we have all the tools, we have all the technology. The problem is that this is all monolithic, it's closed, it's proprietary, it's operating in silos, and it mainly deals with large documents, and it's client-based, and it's mostly on your desktop. Whereas what we want to do really is something that is completely unpredictable, that is out of control, that is ad hoc, that is able to function on components, that is open standards based, and that is interoperable. And that is also, and this is missing again, that is mobile and is chunked. So a lot of the new wave of localization stuff is small, it's continuous, there are no more large projects, it's hard to see the beginning and the end of it, it's just continuous, and it's mobile. And all this comes back to what the previous speaker said, that people, they don't usually sit on their desktops anymore, so we have to find out something new. So user-centered interaction is about the ORM principle. It's open, right, and minimalistic. And this is an example for what we did wrong. We had a conference and we gave everybody one of those really beautiful leather wallets, for their credit cards to fit in and all their other cards. And then, I tried to use this and I discovered, well, it doesn't really work for me because, I have more cards. And this template didn't work for me. And this is what happens very often with technology. You have a problem that we're going to solve, and then you really, you have to throw out either your cards or to comply with the template, or you find a different solution. And the different solution is really flexible, it's open, and it can be used by everybody. So technology means don't stand in the way, serve the right task to the right person, and make it minimalistic. Open source, I skip over that because we all know what open source is about. Interoperability is a bit more complex, and you can read the localization focus issue about this. And a lot of people are talking about localization and translation as a utility, and they use this image of the plug in the wall, and you just plug it in, and it comes. You get it, and you don't have to worry about it. And it's like this. And anybody who ever traveled knows that it doesn't work, because there are different sockets and they don't fit. And really what you are expected to do then is to bring all sorts of adapters with you to make your requirements fit that socket in the wall in the country that you just happen to be in. Now in China, what they did is they did it the other way around. They produced this board that had all the plugs in it. So no matter what socket what plug you had, it fitted into that socket. And that's the way to do it. You don't make people adapt to what you have to offer them. You adapt to what the people want and what they need. So that's the translation commons. And really, it's not about the translation commons. It's not about the Rosetta Foundation. It's about facilitating what is there already. It's about facilitating volunteers that want to offer their skills, and it's about the projects that they need to do and make them fit. So what we have done so far is we cover almost 90 languages, from Ari to Yoruba. And there's a few really brilliant examples, and you find them on the website. But there's one here from Cultural Survival that says, the right of free, prior, and informed consent means that indigenous communities have the right to decide whether they want companies or governments to mine, deforest, or in other ways develop their lands. However, many indigenous societies do not know they have this right, and they do not speak the languages of the government representatives or corporates. And that's what we do. So those people, those indigenous people, they don't have the money to pay a translation or an interpreter. Yeah. Okay. But they get the help from people who want to help. And then all of a sudden, motivation is not a question anymore at all, because you know what you do makes sense and has an impact. So the proof is in the pudding. And motivation is better than the illusion of control. Yeah, this is a wonderful infographics. Infographics are really the thing to do these days. And we commissioned one from a real famous designer. And it explains that we want to do two things. We want to maintain the platform, and we want to maintain the operations. And if you want to help us to maintain the operations, we are entirely dependent on your donations and everybody else's donation who want to support this work. Go to the rosettafoundation.org and look for the button that says "Become a Friend" and make a monthly donation. Okay, so we can finish here. I guess it's almost the end. The interesting thing about this is that there's loads of people involved, loads of organizations involved, loads of languages. It's self-administered. It has an impact, and we make no money. We have no patents. We have no licenses. We have no venture capitals. We have no dividends, and we have no corporate headquarters, and we have no control whatsoever over what is happening. And it's working, like those slides are. So we are Drummond's in the global conversation communities. Thank you, and sorry for making it a bit longer than planned.
Thank you very much. It was a fascinating, extremely stimulating presentation. I think we're going to have time for one question. So would anyone want to ask a question?
Thank you, Reinhard. Very interesting. I have two questions. One is about community management, which is very important in crowdsourcing scenarios. And the other one is the use of tools, especially open source tools, because they are known to be difficult to use. So can you comment on those two aspects? Thanks.
Yeah, very briefly. First question is community management. I don't think you can manage communities. If you try to manage communities, they disappear. They kind of, well, you have to help them and support them and facilitate them, and that's what we're trying to do with the platform. So we're trying to help people, and this is what the translation commons is mainly about. We're trying to help people to find their ideal task, so that they can do what they do best for the organization and in the area that they're most interested in. In terms of tools, we tried to, at the beginning, we tried out existing tools. We tried out workflow management systems that multilingual workflow management systems that exist. There are open source ones too. They didn't work. They don't work for this scenario. Then we tried to offer translators, and we said, well, if you help us, or if you help those communities, then we give you one of the leading translation memory tools for free. And we thought, well, there was going to be a stampede. There wasn't, because people they have tools, they use their own tools, and what they want is they want to be able to connect with what they know and what they can manage to a larger community. So this is the idea of the plugs and the sockets. So we wanted to encourage people to use one particular tool, and they didn't. So what we are trying to do now is, and so at the moment the platform is just there to connect and to make the management, the connections. It's like Match.com. Somebody said, I don't know what Match.com is. You do. So it's like Match.com, where you don't look for, what you do is you look for a task, and a task looks for a volunteer. But once you have your task, at the moment it's up to you to complete it. So what we want to do in the future is, when we develop the platform Translation Commons a bit more, is through the use of standards, and there are, we are very active in standards development at the LRC, with XLIF and ITS and other standards, to allow people to contribute and also download existing translation memories, for example, terminology databases, but the architecture of Translation Commons is a we call this Solace, which is kind of an open platform, so that people can plug in their own tools and connect to it and exchange data. So we don't want to prescribe which translation tools people should use, but we want to enable them to connect them to the Translation Commons, so that they can interact in their using their own technology that they have and that they're familiar with. It is a complex issue, and they're really important questions, and they're not always easy to deal with. But we are aware of them, and we are trying to deal with them.
A German certified English to German translator, and also a translation technology consultant, and a widely published author on various aspects of translation. His technical newsletter for translators, Toolbox Journal, goes out to more than 10,000 translation professionals. And in 2012, Jost, a Penguin, published his co-authored Founding Translation, a book about translation and interpretation for the general public. So this is the title of Jost's translation, and I'm Piero Toto from the translation department.
So, I mean, one thing we need to talk about what you guys do in Limerick. You don't know what wet dreams are. You don't know what Match.com is. It's a boring place, huh? It's your. So when Piero asked me to you know, quite a while back, and 4 months ago maybe or something, to come here, and he mentioned what the topic of this conference is, I very quickly agreed to come, because I immediately had an idea what I wanted to talk about, and so what we are going to talk about in the next few minutes is really rather provocative, I think. And what I would like you to do is kind of take it as a caricature a little bit. You know, caricatures are supposed to be funny. This is not funny here, but they are over. You know, they overdraw something very extremely to point out a kernel of truth. I believe there is a kernel of truth in what we're going to talk about, what I'm going to talk about. But what I do hope is that we have enough time for discussion afterwards, so we can, maybe you can challenge me, and we can see, you know, what you think about what I have to say. So I'm a translator, and I'm not interested. I am interested in education, of course, but I'm not interested during the next 20 minutes in translator education before they become translator. What I'm interested in is what translators do once they become translators to further their education, or to progress as translators. And I think there's a real disconnect, and I would like to, you know, draw a caricature, or, you know, sort of talk about what I think this disconnect is. So, you know, I try to imagine, you know, try to find some fancy graphic that would go with it, but you know, they're all really silly, so I didn't put a graphic of a typical successful and technically adept translator. would have been somebody in a in the pajamas, sitting in front of his computer, but it's kind of silly. So I imagine two different scenarios for somebody who is a successful translator who's been working for whatever 5 or 10 or 15 years as a translator, and the first scenario is somebody who was taught at a university. So somebody who had courses, hopefully in technology. I'm focusing on technology in this talk, which I'm most often focusing on. So somebody who was, hopefully trained in technology. Often, of course, that hasn't happened, at least in the past. Still not really happening, maybe very well at some universities. But some universities, of course, are now training translators in the use of translation technology. And I think what typically happens is that the professor might have some preferences in regard to technology, but overall the translator comes up with a fairly good idea of what the technology is, and he takes that technology and he tries to use it in his work life and adjusts it a little bit. Maybe he changes technology once or twice, and at some point he feels or she, I should say she, because of course the majority of translators are women. At some point she feels very well equipped, and then she stops looking for improvements. That's kind of where she is. She knows how to use whatever Trados or Omega T or whatever kind of technology she might use or might not use, but she says, this is what I'm doing. I'm good at that, and that's what I'm doing. The other scenario, I think, is the one who, and those are particularly prevalent in the US where I'm from, or where I live. Those are folks who have not been trained at a university. These go about finding the technology they use a little bit differently, right? So they talk to colleagues, they go to news groups and find out about technology. They search the web and they go to conferences. They look at all the available technology. And I think what happens often to those guys is that they change technology a number of times. So they, according to their initial preference, they might be really open source oriented, so they start with something like Omega T or whatever, and then they change to something else, and then they change a number of times, but at one point they're settled. One point they go like, okay, I've got it. This is the technology that's going to make me rich. They don't say that because they're smarter than that, but you know what I'm saying. They say, this is it. I can be really, really proficient in it, and they become really proficient in it, and they say, I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop looking for improvements. What you of course realize is, or what you have of course noticed, is that there's two parallels between those two developments, and it's a caricature, but it really isn't so caricature-like. This is really what often happens, I think. Both groups at some point after 5 or 8 or 6 or 2, whatever kind of years they've been working, as they feel like, I know what I'm doing. I'm going to stop right here because now I can actually do something with what I've invested in, what I've learned, etc., etc. So I want to look at that, the two parts of that statement, they're well equipped and they stop looking for improvement. So what does that mean that they feel they're well equipped? We live in this age right now, I think, where we have publication means to our disposal as we've never had before. We can go on Twitter, as many of you have been doing these talks. We can publish something right away, and I think what has happened is that, or what is happening, especially among translators, there's probably 300 or 400 blogs out that are written by translators about translation, and many of them are about translation technology or often talk about translation technology. There's, I think right now I have on Twitter, I try to, I'm trying to weed out followers who are not translation related. I have about 5,000 followers on Twitter, all translators. So people are really engaged with social media, and what social media allows you to do is publish these opinions that you have really quickly, right? And especially if you are so convinced that what you have found, what you have settled on as a technology, it allows you to propagate that really quickly and really easily, and you can evangelize your own technology, if you will, and at the same time you evangelize how clever you are in using that. The result is that you get standing among colleagues, you become admired, you draw public attention to yourself, and you of course have some business advantages that might be real or might not, but you assume that because you have all this attention coming from colleagues, potentially coming from clients, that this is a real advantage that you have. So you have what you have, you feel strong in what you do, you feel competent, and you let the world know that you're competent, and you become a real evangelist for the technology that you have. And let's look at the second statement, or the second part of the commonality between the two different groups of translators. If I say stop looking for improvements, so I think what happens typically is that in the back of our minds, what I've just said about feeling strong that they've settled about something, if there are gradual improvements in technology, so for instance, if the particular tool or particular tool set that you're using is, if the makers of that tool are releasing new versions with new features, that's fine. You're happy with that, and you become quickly an expert in that, and become even an expert where you can talk to people and teach people that. But when it comes to true paradigm changes in technology, which we are right now experiencing, I think, and we all know that we're experiencing those, you become really hard-pressed to like those, and you are, you are very, very cautious to give up this status that you've built yourself, and the business opportunities that you assume you have along with it, and you become actually an opponent often to those kinds of technologies. And if that's true, you know who that is? You all know who that is, right? That's Cersei Lannister from where? From the Game of Thrones, of course. She is so beautiful. Not, this is not really a beautiful picture of her, but she is very, very beautiful. But she is so shrewd. She is this terrible character who is she is the most skilled politician in this series, in book series and TV series, and I think that's many of us become like Cersei Lannister a little bit. We might not be as pretty as she is, but we are using politics very much like she does, because if we've reached that stage of our proficiency and of our fame among colleagues, of the appreciation that we get and the business opportunities, we tend to really want to make sure that things stay where they are. So politics, one definition that I found in the Oxford Dictionary is that so it says activities aimed at improving someone's status or increasing power within an organization. I think you can also say that politics are activities that make sure that at least your status stays that way, right? Paradigm changes in technology are threatening to somebody's status, so we use politics that to prevent that from happening. So I have 3 suggestions what we can do to. Now, what you got to imagine is, some of those folks who talk about technology are quite powerful in the sense that they're very influential, and they have large followers, large groups of followers on the web. They have they're very impactful in what they write. They're often very good writers, and they become very polemic in the way they write about technology. And so I'm not so much worried about them in particular, but I'm worried about the people they have this impact on. That there is no, that not only have they prevented progress for themselves, I think, but they also prevent progress for the people that they have an impact on, because they, have this influence. So 3, I think, things that we could do to solve that dilemma, if there indeed is such a dilemma. So I think one thing that we need to take the politics out of all of this. We need to take the polemics out of all of this. I'm going to show you an example how that could possibly be done. We need to, and I think this is really the most important point, we need to, translators need to be integrated into new development processes so that they are not being confronted with paradigm changes, but instead are being slowly introduced into paradigm changes. They actually become a part of that paradigm change, if there indeed is such a change. And lastly, we need to have a change in values. We can't focus on you know, we can't say, you know, you reached a certain level and that's awesome and therefore you are so influential. What we need to do is we need to say you have reached that level and then you're going to continue after that. That's awesome that you have this ongoing development. That's what we need to award rather than focusing on stagnation. So here's an interesting example that recently happened. This is a blog by Kevin Losner, who is a friend of mine, who's a really great guy, but he sometimes, you know, I'm not sure whether he's listening right now. He sometimes goes a little overboard, actually quite a bit overboard, I think, with his polemics. You know, he's got very strong opinions about certain things, including machine translation, about certain companies, etc. And he uses rhetoric that shouldn't be used, you know, Nazis and concentration camps and vermin and, you know, stuff like that that really shouldn't be part of this conversation and doesn't help and makes it very polemic and very political. So this year, you don't have to read through it here, but you know, this was a blog post that he wrote, coming clean on dirty machine translation. That's a very mildly worded thing he does. Usually he doesn't call it dirty, but something else. And so rather than being offended by the you know, things that he put out about machine translation, one of the CEOs of one of the machine translation companies, Dion Wiggins, some of you might know who he is. He's the CEO of Asia Online. Responds and says, "Hey, Kevin, cool article. Why don't you try our system? Why don't you actually run a comparison and see whether you become any better with our system?" Now, you know, I'm not here to talk about Asia Online and how wonderful Asia Online is. Maybe it isn't. It doesn't really matter. But what this does is it makes Kevin come back and say, "Okay, maybe if I have time," you know. But it totally changes the course of the conversation. So I think this is a, you know, not the only but one example that you know, we need to have thick skins. We need to be able to, even though we, you know, might have been, or somebody might have been insulted in those conversations, we need to be kind of like Dion Wiggins in that respect, that we, you know, say, all right, fine, you scream, but why don't you try it out and do that in a respectful kind of way. So you know, and what I thought was particularly interesting about it was Kevin's response, who then says, "Yeah, I'm still angry at you for what you said, you know, last year or whatever, but okay, I'll try it if I have time." The other thing is integration, and I want to talk about a couple of things here. One thing I'm part of a project with 3 or 4 actually American universities, where we are in the process of, so let me start differently. Computer-aided translation tools, or translation technology in general, is language unspecific. Is you know, doesn't know much about language. It has spell checkers, and that's essentially it. And some tools, some very few tools, have some morphology knowledge about some languages, but typically there's no morphology intelligence in these tools, which is ironic. I mean, give me a break, right? I mean, and the reason, of course, is that the tool makers felt it was unreasonable to invest a lot of money into all these languages for then afterwards only be criticized to not have done all languages, which of course they couldn't, right? So what we are trying to do is to create a platform where we have translators contribute morphology rules for any language they're interested in, including Amharic or Zulu, or, you know, languages that might be that would not be supported for sure by tool vendors, and have that data be available for the tools for anyone to download into that whatever kind of tool you're using, so that you finally can use your language data a little bit more intelligently. And I'm mentioning that because I think that's a really good example where I'm not sure that's a paradigm change per se, but it's something where we could have a sort of a quantum leap in translation technology, and we don't do that by looking to somebody else to do it, but we do it ourselves as translators, and we become part of the process. And I'm really hard pressed to imagine that translators later almost say, "Well, I'm not going to use that. Yeah, I'm not going to use that. That's, you know, that changes my worldview." Of course they'll use it, right? Because we're part of the process. plus it's going to be a good thing. It's going to make them much better and much more efficient in recognizing terminology and running QA on terminology, etc., and having better translation memory matches, and maybe even using machine translation a little bit better. Also, what I think I just recently talked to 2 or 3 weeks ago, I talked in Dubrovnik to the European Association of Machine Translation meeting, and what I said to them is that they are really at fault, I think, partly at fault, and we are at fault also, that when we talk about machine translation is of course one of those paradigm changes that's happening right now to the world of translators, right? So when we talk about machine translation, we talk about machine translation in a way that has sort of that has taken away the position of the translator as the agent of the process. In post-editing of machine translation, it's the machine translation that's the agent, and we just respond to it. Right? Now that's not a really good narrative. That doesn't sound really good, and it actually isn't really good, right? And of course, translators go like, "F you," I'm not gonna deal with that. This is taking power away from you. We don't want to keep our power. And what I want to show you really quickly is just a 2-minute little clip that I'm going to show you of something that I think is really hopeful and something where we could change the narrative so we can actually use those. I gotta give me like 8 more minutes. So, where we can actually change where we can give power back to the translator. So this little video is recorded in a translation tool. It happens to be DejaVu, which happens to have those abilities right now. And you're going to see 2 things. I'm going to pre-narrate it so you know what you're seeing. We're going to see first you see this is the dummy text, right? It's a made-up text, but you see why I'm using that text in a second. The first thing you're going to see, well, actually the second thing you're going to see, is how a fuzzy match, all know what a fuzzy match is, right, from a translation memory, is repaired with machine translation. Is repaired by going out, not by translating the whole segment with machine translation, but just by going out for one word that is being not recognized by any of the local resources that I have, and it's going out to whatever kind of machine translation saying, give me that word, and it's replacing that word, just that word. And the second example that you're going to see is where I have 3 different machine translation engines connected to this here, and rather than me post-editing machine translation, what's going to happen is as I translate that, you will see that my system looks for those 3 matches of machine translation engines that I have here and sees where my key entries match any kind of sub-segment that I find in those machine translation suggestions, and then allows me to accept those. So nothing too revolutionary, but I think it is actually really quite revolutionary. So it's going to take 2 minutes. Let me skip the first thing here because that's going to shorten it a little bit. Otherwise, Piero is going to be excited. So let's go. Now this happens here. So go to the next segment now, and see what happens now is that it didn't know the word for yellow, right? But it knew the word that it had to. That in the fuzzy match, it knew what it had to take out, the word for brown, and it was able then to go to machine translation engines and get actually 2 different translations, of which it chose 1, and it went into a perfect match. And now you can see here's the 3 different engines: Google Translate, Bing Translate, and something else. And it shows me not the whole segment, because that's a real problem with machine translation often, right? Syntax gets screwed up. Just subsegments it shows me, and it allows me to accept those as I'm typing. What this is translator-centric machine translation. That totally changes the narrative. So stories are really important, right? We live in stories. We imagine our lives in stories. And so this is a story that I think has potential to be really, really very powerful. And lastly, what we need to do, and that's what I also told the folks at the EAMT, is that translators need to be integrated into processes in a much more meaningful level. First they said, well, you guys don't write code. Of course we don't write code. We're not interested in writing code. But you know what? We're linguists. We have that experience that you don't have. So use us. not just the machine translation community, but all kinds of new technologies. We want to be, so invite us to come into your process, and once you do that, I promise you, we'll be part of the process, and we'll accept that process. So it's not just our responsibility, but it's also the responsibility of those that develop those processes. And lastly, I found this image. I'm so proud of this image here. So, what we talked about, the change in values, right? So this is the evolution of a person, whatever, and this is the guy that we look up to, the guy who, has a certain kind of maturity, and, you see he's almost an adult, but you know what, he stands like this. I'm not going to develop anymore. I know where I am. I'm going to, and instead what we need to do is we need to find this guy. No, forget about the briefcase that he's carrying. But he's moving on. We got to move on. And this is the guy that we need to admire, not this guy. We need to admire this guy. We need to look at folks who are trying to improve themselves and help the community to improve. And I think it's really, really important. And unfortunately, it's not happening. It really isn't happening, I think. And that's something I think that we need to work on very hard as a translation community, and as those that are developing stuff that. That's, that, right? This is your patron saint. Not you. If you are a translator, this is the patron saint of the modern translator. So he's got a sort of a modern body, but of course who that face is, right? It's Saint Jerome, of course. So, and that's how we need to be, by the way. We need to have Saint Jerome was really, he was not a nice person, but he was a real jerk. That guy was really, if you read I've read a number of biographies of Saint Jerome. That guy was the most unpleasant person you can imagine. But he had a real passion for language. I mean, imagine this. So when I translate something, right? I translate a stupid website. 2 weeks after it is published, it's going to be taken down and replaced with something else. That's my longevity as a translator, right? His longevity, he translated the Bible in the 5th century. And Catholics still don't want to let go of that. This is in 2014, so that's a real successful translator. But he's got new tools now, and that's why this guy Jeromobot is the patron saint of the modern translator. So thank you very much, and let's see what you have to say.
Thank you, Jos, for a very interesting talk, and I'm sure that we'll be able to develop some of the points that you've discussed in the last session as well. If we want to take any questions now from the floor. I actually need to ask you something. All this talk about machine translation. I think as users, we are a bit scared, and I include myself, because the talk of great companies is almost threatening our work, our profession. But isn't this talk actually addressed to other businesses? So isn't it more of a business-to-business discourse rather than a business-to end user?
What?
The use of machine translation and therefore post-editing. So the way that this new role and this new practice is replacing our or complementing our profession.
Well, but we're playing the important part in it, right?
Yes.
We are the person in the middle, sort of. And I think that's what's so frustrating many times, that we are sort of the helpless link in the middle that knows that we sort of have to play a part, whereas we don't play a part, that others will come and play that part. And I think that's self, and that's, I think, what my imagination. What I imagine is that we would be. That we would actually be able to show that that we are. So maybe I should, there is all kinds of range of machine translation, right? I mean, there's so if you look at Microsoft's knowledge base, all translated by machine translation, nobody ever touches that. No post editor will ever touch that, right? Because they have such a highly trained machine translation engine that the information they output in, I think now 20-some languages on the knowledge base, is good enough to communicate to the user how to fix Windows, which they want to do on that knowledge base. And guess what? They're really happy with it. Somebody else mentioned that earlier. They're really happy with that kind of stuff, and that's good. That's great. So that kind of machine translation is not even something we need to consider. Then there's also the really highly trained machine translation engines where the post-editing distance is so small that indeed it might make sense to post-edit those kind of that kind of data. Anthony and I talked about it a little bit. So there, some very focused machine translation engines do produce data for the specific purpose that only need very little post-editing to make it into an acceptable translation, even more acceptable than the raw translation on Microsoft's knowledge base. But the typical translator, the you and I kind of translator, normally, unless he works for one of those large corporations or larger corporations, doesn't have access to those kinds of engines and works with other kinds of machine translation. Maybe it is a machine translation engine that he or she built for herself or himself with one of the services that's available. Maybe it's one of the online translation services. Maybe it's Sistran, whatever it might be, right? And so what I imagine is that we could actually make great use out of those resources and actually show that the way that we make that great use out of those resources is much more productive than doing silly post-editing, which is frustrating for one, and not all that productive if the propositions from the machine translations are not all that great to start with. Another thing that was discussed here earlier, so machine translation, and I don't want to talk about machine translation, but it is a big topic, of course. Machine translation works in a way that, especially statistical machine translation, which is the most typical used engine, which most engines are that using that technology today, they don't come with just one proposition. They come actually with hundreds of propositions. And then they have an internal algorithm which chooses the one of the hundreds of internally chooses only one of the hundreds of propositions, right? And that's presented to the user. Now, it would be really easy to open up the machine translation engine. In fact, there are engines that do that don't just give one, but 50, right? And if those 50 propositions would be there, and I start to type and get this stuff according to the data that I'm entering, that I think should be there and corresponds then to subsegments, not whole segments, subsegments of those many suggestions that the machine translation is giving. That's really powerful. That could be really increasing my productivity as a translator. And I think that we could prove in a study of some kind. I'm actually talking to a large LSP right now, language service provider, whether they want to work with me on a study like that, so we can show that this is a better use of machine translation in some instances. That would be really cool and would really free us, I think, from that, would help those folks who are standing like this right now and saying, we don't like that kind of stuff. It would help them to take their briefcase and do be the little guy who walks on and develops a little bit more.
Thank you. I think we're breaking for lunch now, but please save all your questions for later, for our last session. We're all moving to room GC108. Our ambassadors will show you where the room is. But before you go, please don't forget to sign up for one of the 3 parallel sessions, which we're holding at 2 o'clock in the dedicated rooms. I'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
All right. Oh, lovely. Thank you very much for being so quick. Okay, just a very, very quick announcement to say that we have got your certificates of attendance ready, signed, and they will be ready for collection at the front at registration. They'll all be ordered alphabetically. So please, while you are making your way out, just pick up your own. Yeah, thank you very much.
Welcome to London Met, everybody, and welcome to the afternoon session. My name is Maite González from the Translation Department, and we are delighted to have Danny and Carrie today with us to present how the digital age has transformed the life of the freelance translator. Daniela Ford has an MSc in Technical Translation from the University of Hildesheim, Germany. She's a professional technical translator and localizer since 1994. And she's an early adopter of translation memory tools as well. What else? There's plenty to say about Daniela. She has an SDL certified trainer for SDL Trados Technologies since 2009. She teaches translation technology in various universities here in the UK and abroad, I guess. She's the author and moderator of the online course in software localization at UCL, and she is the author of the foreword of SDL Trados Studio, a practical guide, which was published last February, correct? And she's currently writing a new online course on localizing games, and she's actively involved in running the London regional group of the ITI. Now, Carrie Koonin, she has a BA in modern languages, German and Russian, from the University of Bradford. She's a fellow of the Institute of Translation and Interpreting as well. And she has more than 20 years experience in translating. And she also teaches postgraduate German to English translation at the University of Westminster here in London. She is also a vice chair of the IT Professional Development Committee. So please help me welcome Daniela and Carrie today. Thank you.
Hello, welcome. We are doing our first ever double act today. So we are very excited and very nervous. Right. Also, no one ever calls me Danny. That was forced upon me. Only my dad and my mum are allowed to call me Danny. So you are very, very privileged, because this is not public knowledge. But this is down to Piero, I think, who, I know it sounds nice, Danny and Carrie. So we had, Carrie and I have known each other for a long time. We both have 25 years experience in the translation industry, which gives us 50 years of experience on this stage, sort of. I guess it's really 25 each. And we are both professional translators, but also lecturers. So we had a cup of coffee, and we were sort of thinking about what we're going to say to you today, and so we thought we're going to spill the beans about how the digital age has transformed the life of the freelance translator. But we also wanted to talk about the teaching side, because we are both involved in teaching as well. And before I start, I just want to do a very little poll just to see how many students and how many lecturers and how many professional translators we have in this room. So could I just could the students, so postgraduate students and students, just okay, brilliant, and professional translators? Oh, quite a lot, great. And academics or lecturers, even more. Okay, so I can't, very good mixture actually. I hope I haven't forgotten anyone. I know that quite a few of you were introduced at the start.
Others
Any others? Well, that's not a nice category to ask. Okay, brilliant. Good. So we are going to cover the following. First of all, so we've really divided our talk up into two parts. First of all, a journey through the decades, because we can both look back on 25 years in the industry, how life has changed for the professional translator. And then the second part is going to be about current IT requirements. So this is really aiming at lecturers at the university world mainly, how to keep the teaching syllabus in line with the changing role of the translation profession. So Kari teaches translation, I teach translation, but also translation technology at various universities, including in Qatar, where I get to fly out twice a year now to teach there as well. So I am going to move to the next slide, and we're going to start the journey through the decades now, and I'm going to ask Kari with her first hat, which is the translator's hat, the freelance translator, to just talk us through how the digital world has changed your life as a professional translator.
Yeah, thank you very much, Daniela. Well, I started out translating in-house back in the late 70s, and the first innovation that came along in those days was the golf ball typewriter. Now, how many of you remember the golf ball typewriter? I shouldn't ask because it shows your age. Well, this was the most amazing innovation, and we all crowded around this lucky person's desk to see this thing. It had a built-in correction ribbon. How amazing was that? So I went freelance in 1989, and the first thing I did was I bought myself a little Apple Mac Classic. It was about this big. It had a monitor about that big, and it had 2 megabytes of RAM, 40 megabyte hard disk, but it was fine. It worked great. And in fact, it still works, and I've still got it. I don't actually work on it now, but I've still got it. Now, an interesting thing at the time was that that package cost me about £1,000. And to be honest, you wouldn't get much change out of £1,000 now when you buy a Mac, so not much has changed there. Now, in the early 90s, around about then when I first became established, everything happened by post. Jobs would come in by post or by fax. You'd have to fax jobs back again to your client, or you might post a floppy disk. We spoke to people on the phone in those days. Do you remember that? We used to have to communicate with clients by phone. There wasn't any email. So maybe that was actually quite a good thing. It's much more personal. Dictionaries were still books. And when you wanted to research things, this was totally pre-internet days, you had to go down to the library. You had to get all your resources together, your list of things to research, and go down the library for a couple of hours and do your work there. So when digital transmission started to happen, this is a 2400 baud modem, which some of you might remember. This was a huge revolution for the translator because we could actually send our documents straight to the client's computer, saving a huge amount of time for everyone, much more efficient. And during this time, the internet started to sort of develop, and more resources became available online, including, which I think one of the sessions earlier has already mentioned, this facility, which was when the European Commission decided to make their terminology database available to the general public. So we translators had this wonderful resource at our fingertips, but we had to dial into that, and dialing in the dial-up connection wasn't all that cheap, so you kind of had one eye on the clock. So you had a long list of terms that you wanted to quickly look up, and you somehow got the data. I remember I used to print it out or copy it into Word so that I could come offline and look at the results later. But it was a fantastic resource at the time. Now, what changed the face of translation was obviously the advent of the CAT tool. And I started using them round about 94, 95. I first started using one called IBM Translation Manager, which was a very simple one, but actually not that bad, I thought. But then along came Trados and dominated the market, so I got my first copy of Trados. And it came on a pile of disks, like that, and you had to sit there feeding them into the computer, praying that it wouldn't crash, because you'd have to start all over again. But here was finally a way for freelance translators to be able to recycle the translations that they'd done before. And up to that point, we would have to somehow keep records and look in our directories and in our files to see what we used before, but now here it all was within our translation memory package. It was just wonderful. And as digitization expanded, so terminology and resources began to be digitized. Dictionaries became available on CD-ROM first and then online. And this, again, was a massive time saving, obviously. Now, I know some translators who still swear by their books, their book dictionaries, and I've still got all mine on the shelf. I love having them, but I don't use them, I just look at them. Because it's so much quicker, obviously, to just be able to type in your word and have the answer there instantly. So, again, another huge time saving, plus the advantage of the online subscription versions, of course, is that they're updated, so you don't have to keep buying a new copy of the dictionaries, and the translators, professionals amongst you will know how expensive the technical dictionaries and the specialist dictionaries are. Now, the next innovation to come along for me in my professional life was voice recognition. And this transformed the way I worked. And I got my first package, excuse me, in 1997. I got a copy of Dragon Naturally Speaking. And it enabled me, fast typist though I was, although not madly accurate, to get the words down on the page so much quicker. And it just really revolutionized the way I work. But also it had a health benefit because it saved those wrists, which by that time were beginning to twinge a little bit. So it had two benefits really for me. Excuse me a minute. Now, all this time the internet was gradually expanding and access was becoming faster. And by, I reckon it was round about 2000, we began to have, probably a little bit before that, I'm not quite sure, we began to have fast internet access, so we no longer needed the dial-in connections. And first of all, I had an ADSL line, but then obviously came broadband fiber optic access. And all of a sudden, we didn't have to worry about how long we spent online. We could be online for as long as we like, and didn't my daughter know it? And so we had all this information available at our fingertips. And again, a fantastic productivity gain for us translators. Now I skipped to 2010. I probably missed out quite a lot, but over the years, the mobile phone had obviously continued to develop, and I'd had a mobile phone before 2010. But in 2010 is when I got my first smartphone, and that was quite a big deal as a freelance translator, because it enabled you to keep in touch not just by phone but also by email, so you could check job inquiries that came in, you could respond to clients and from anywhere, and you could really run your office or your business apart from translating. I probably wouldn't translate on a smartphone, but you could conduct your business from anywhere, and your clients didn't actually have to even know that you weren't in the office. Now, that kind of brings us up to the present day, and there's a couple of things I haven't mentioned. Email, well, I touched on briefly. Machine tools, which we've heard about this morning, doesn't really affect me because I don't, machine translation, not machine tools. I don't actually use that myself, so I haven't included it. But when I look back over the past, since the start of this century, over the past 14 years or so, what strikes me is that instead of a constant flow of brand new products, complete inventions, what we've had have been improvements on what's already been there. So we had mobile phones, we had internet access, we had computers, and since 2000, everything has just got bigger and better and faster, really. And what that's meant for the freelance translator, for the translator in general, it's translated into a massive productivity gain. And when we look back to how we worked when everything was on paper and when we were communicating by post, you can't believe that you could actually make a living in those days because everything took so long. But then 20 years ago, we probably never have believed what kind of speeds we would have got now on the internet. And also 20 years ago, what strikes me is that we were dreaming about the paperless office as digitization took off. We would think, oh, that would be the end to lever arch files, that would be the end to piles of paper on your desk. But I don't think it's happened yet. So, Daniela, would you like to give your take on how life has changed?
Sure, yeah, so a bit of a travel through time there. I remember all very clearly. I remember when that wouldn't happen nowadays. I got Trados on a disk as well because it was the only tool available in those days. And one of my clients at the time said, Daniela, there's this new tool out, would you like to use it? I said, yeah, why not, yeah. And they said, well, tell you what, we'll buy it for you, but you have to promise to keep working for us. I said, yeah, okay. So, and that's how it started. I mean, would that happen nowadays? I don't think so. It was absolutely amazing. So I had permanent jobs coming through from this client just because they bought the software for me. So really good. So my experience over the last 25 years is very, very similar to Kari's. I can really relate to that. The one aspect I want to add is email. Everything. So the translation profession has become much more isolated nowadays because my phone hardly ever rings. There's always email. And also, I have to be very quick. If I don't reply within half an hour, I've lost the job. That's just how quick it is. So there's no waiting anymore. You know, we can wait till tomorrow to let us know if you can do the job. No. So it's very, very rare that the phone rings. And, it's just all email nowadays. So it has lost the personal touch. Different time zones has become a massive thing for me because I work for very, very big companies worldwide. And because of the internet, because of the fact that you're online all the time, I work with companies in Europe, in the United States, in Asia, so Japan, Thailand, and India. Honestly, someone is always online, always. So when I turn my email on, I always have an email from one of these parts of the world. And for one time, I was working in New York for 2 weeks, and my clients in California said, brilliant, now you're even closer to us, so we can have online meetings as well. Is that brilliant? So in a way, you know, the fact that you're always available, I'm not sure whether that's so good overall. But that's just life, isn't it, I guess? Now, different TM tools, what I have found over the years, I'm one of these people who's quite happy to try any tool, anything. So I have not focused on one tool, but I use them all. Whatever my client wants me to use, I use it, and I'm happy to try different tools as well. And then also what I found over the year is that not to put all my eggs in one basket. So I don't just translate, I also teach, and I also offer a lot of consulting, not just to external clients, but also to clients of mine. So sometimes they will ask me to do a translation, but then they say, oh, we know that you know translation technology really well, you know these tools really well, can you just help me with a little problem? And so you're adding a service, and this is what a lot of translators are saying nowadays. To be really successful in today's world, it's about adding value. It's not just about being a translator anymore. If you can offer other services as well, even if one avenue dries up a little bit, it doesn't matter, because you're never out of work that way. I don't do any marketing at all. It's all word of mouth. I've been out of work in 25 years for 4 hours. So yeah, brilliant. So it's really good. So that's what I wanted to add, and then I'm just going to pass over to Kari again with her other hat now as the university lecturer and also mentor for new translators on ITI courses. ITI is the Institute of Translation and Interpreting in the UK, and we were thinking of what the IT skills are that translators would need in today's digital world, and what should be included in the teaching syllabus. And because we both teach at universities, we see students and we know what the professional world is like, we have put together a few points. So I'll pass over to Kari.
Yeah, thank you. Well, obviously CAT tools are very important, and they're pretty much a prerequisite among translation companies nowadays. But also other important factors, skills that people coming into the profession really need to know are word processing skills that go beyond just how to put word on page. And in a minute, if we have time, I'm going to give you a quick example about an exercise that we devised for the ITI. Dealing with different formats, which I think, Danielle, you're going to speak about a bit, but also non-translation related skills. Now, I think what we need to do as trainers of translators is really impress upon the students and the newcomers that they're not coming into this as just as translators, but as business people. So they have to be, they're going to be running their own businesses, so they need to know the admin skills, project management, accounting, VAT, and very importantly, how to write an invoice. And we just wanted to have a quick comparison of how we use CAT tools, because we both use them very differently, even though the end result is ultimately the same thing. So, for example, I only use one CAT tool. I use it for absolutely everything, pretty much, whereas Daniela uses several different ones.
Yeah, so my approach there is very different. I will literally, if my client says I wanted to use this tool, I will use that tool. So I'm not focused on one tool at all. Now, I've said I use CAT tools for 99.9% of my work. I would use them for 100% of my work, or 200% if I could. The only time where I don't use TM tools are if I have a PDF file which has been scanned as a picture and I really cannot easily convert it into a file that can be edited. Yeah, if I have to anything, I literally can't convert these. But for anything else, I would literally use it. I didn't use it for everything initially, but I found over the years that even sometimes when you get a request by email and it just says, can you translate this one sentence? I've forgotten to give you this one sentence, and you say, yeah, and you quickly put the translation in the email. And I thought, I'm not going to bother with my TM tool now. Chances are, for the following update of that product, that sentence will be in the update, and then you have forgotten that it was in the email. So I will literally put everything in there now. That's why I said 99%. Yeah, and you mentioned the last point already about training other users and clients, and how you mentioned the speech recognition.
Yes, I use that in conjunction with the CAT tool. Works very well. I just wanted to very quickly give you an example of an exercise that I devised for the ITI orientation course, which is the online course, the old online course we used to run for newcomers to the profession. It's now got a new name. What I did when I was asked to help devise this course was I spoke to various translation companies and I said, what skills do you want your translators, your freelancers to have, apart from translating? And invariably they said, better word processing skills. And so I devised this exercise, which has some complex formatting. It's got page headers, page numbering, right-align numbers in a table, number bullet points, and a footnote there. And asked them to reproduce this. This was a PDF, and they had to reproduce it in Word. And it turned out to be one of the hardest exercises on the whole course, because it has functions which, after a few years, you begin to take for granted, because you come across them so much. But it was all new to them. Now, we obviously, when we're training translators, particularly at university, we can't cover all these aspects. But what we can do is we can point people to where to get this information. So on this course, when people emailed me and said, how do I do this? How do I do these headers? What I don't say is you do it by going to the file menu, doing this, doing that. What I said was you do it by Googling, how do I do this? We are pointing the people towards the many and varied resources that are out there, webinars, YouTube videos, forums, etc. So Daniela, would you like to have a word about working with different file formats?
This is probably the plainest slide you've ever seen, just some file formats on it. What I wanted to just point out here is that nowadays not that many translators will receive files which are simply in Word format. So you get any types of file thrown at you, Word, PDF sometimes as well, HTML, InDesign files, all kinds of file formats. And I do think that the translator nowadays cannot just say, well, I can only do Word files. I can't do any of the other file types. So this is something I think really should go into universities as well. Students should learn how to deal with different file formats, because it's an added service. If you can say to your client, well, you send me an InDesign file and I can return an InDesign file for you, that's much better for the client than having to paste the content from an InDesign file into a Word file, having to paste it back. So you're adding a lot of service here to your client. It's very, very important to be quite technically adept about it, and also not be scared of the technology in fact.
think we're going to have to go through this quite quickly now because I think we're running out of time a bit. But this focuses more on the business side of being a freelance translator. And this, as I said, we have to really impress upon our students that they have to know these skills as well. We both do them in very different ways. Admin, project, job management. Daniela, you use Excel for all of this pretty much, don't you? And I use something called Translation Office 3000, which was designed as a project management tool for translators specifically. Do you want to have a word about the way we're running out of
just
time?
very briefly, because when I met with Karin, we had a long discussion about this, and Karin was telling me about all these cool online tools you can use for admin and invoicing and VAT, and I was quite impressed. And I thought, oh God. And then she said, what do you use? Well, Excel. And honestly, I've been using Excel all my life. I've got amazing formulae in Excel that I use for everything, and Excel works really well for me. So I do appreciate it. So I might actually look into this translation of this now, but you know, Excel is same for my invoicing. I use Word for my invoices. I have a template in Word. I will use that template. It works wonderfully. So it's just to show you that you don't necessarily have to buy expensive and big tools. You can do a lot of these things with very simple tools. I looked into specific tools ages ago, but I found that they weren't really suited for the translation industry, because all my invoices are different depending on the client. I always have to put different kinds of information in there. So
I think that the end result is that we both managed perfectly well to do it with our tools. So it doesn't matter which one you use as long as you're happy with it, really. Yeah.
So just for the conclusion then, so what we've learned all along, there's more to being a freelance translator than being able to translate and getting the translation down on page. What I'm seeing now at universities when I teach my students though is almost a bit the opposite, where they rely too much on tools, so they can't translate anymore. And what they do is they say, oh cool, you're teaching us whatever translation memory tool. So we teach them different tools. Whatever tool we teach them, and the first question after we've taught them the first tool is, where can I add machine translation? And so that also tells you straight away, well, translation memory is not about using machine translation. But this is very, very one of the first questions, and that's the wrong approach. So you need to be able to translate first, and the tools are there to help you, but they're not replacing you as a translator. And one thing that I've not heard mentioned at all today is the aspect of confidentiality with machine translation. Massive, massive issues. So first of all, if you do use machine translation, you have no control of what's being done with your data. I've heard horror stories about people using machine translation and these translations ending up in the public domain. Highly confidential text. I've heard of court cases where people were taken to court because they actually signed confidentiality agreements. And a lot of my agreements with clients specifically state that I must not use machine translation. If I do, I've lost the client. And a lot of these TM tools, if you do link in machine translation, if the client is savvy enough, they can tell from the file whether you have used machine translation. So I am not taking this risk. But this is one thing I'm really impressing more and more during teaching now, that the issue of confidentiality, and that using translation tools it doesn't replace you as the translator. Very, very important factor. And many other skills are needed. So really, it's not just about CAT tool, because there's a heavy focus on CAT tools, but full workflow as a translator and also non-translation related tasks and skills are very, very important. So we got a few pictures there at the bottom. We had about 9 pictures of this is what a freelance translator is. So what my friends think I do, lying on the couch. What society thinks I do, being a wartime interpreter probably, which again you think you're a translator, I'm not an interpreter. And then what I actually do, well, I work really hard. That's what I actually do. I might work in my pajama, but I work very, very, very hard.
We don't go on Facebook at all.
We don't do Facebook, no, not during work time.
Okay,
so thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think, do we have time for one question or two? Yeah, we do. Any questions? No? No questions? Nobody has any question? Hi.
Or would you say that you, both of you, work so much with translation tools because both of your fields are more on the technical side, or would you say that's the reason? Because both of you said you use it 99% or more than 99%.
No, I don't do a lot of technical translation. I do a lot of marketing, brochures, website text, that sort of thing. I don't do it for, I don't use CAT tools for the repetitiveness of the text. I use CAT tools mainly for the efficiency of having an integrated translation environment to work in. That's my reason for doing all my work in that field.
My reason is I do virtually only technical text, so it's very suitable for that, and my clients actually make me use the tool, so otherwise I won't get the work.
Two very different approaches,
Completely
really, yes.
different, yeah. Not for me. I was interviewed. This is going back a few years now. I was interviewed by the Times, the newspaper. So I got a phone call. I said, "Oh my God, the Times newspaper!" And they interviewed me because they were running an article on Iraq at the time. So this is how long this is going back. And they wanted to know about the conditions of interpreters and pay of interpreters and all of that. So I told them I'm not an interpreter. I'm a translator. Didn't really matter to them. And then they were asking me a few questions, and I heard them type frantically in the background, and because obviously the article needed to go out, and it went out, and I was just so glad my name wasn't on there, because it was completely different what I had said, and it was basically saying, wow, translator is like the best profession you can be in, you know, you're a millionaire, you're so rich. I was like, whoa. So it depends. I can make a wonderful living. I know I couldn't earn as much if I was employed, but also because I do a lot of different things. So I compensate by doing other things as well. Not every translator is in that lucky position.
Yes, I think if you're in, like me, I do most of my work is the freelance translation side. I teach very intermittently, but I think that there you're getting into the issue of the two different markets of freelance translation. You've got the bulk market at the bottom, which is not very well paid, and you've got the specialist niche market at the top, which you aspire to in order to up your income levels. But that's a different issue. I don't think we've got time to go into that really now. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yes.
Okay, hello, welcome everybody. My name is Lucas. I am a senior lecturer in translation at London Met, and I'm going to run this Students' Corner for the next 30 minutes. Now, I think we have come to the point when we have heard from researchers, tutors, terminologists, professionals, translators, everybody, probably. And I think it's time to hear from our students now, current and former. Now, let me first allow our honorable speakers to introduce themselves to the public. Okay, so.
So yeah, my eyes have been opened pretty much by now that I'm year 3.
Hi, I'm Hans Geluk. I'm a Dutch linguist. I moved to Barcelona in 1998, learned Spanish and Catalan there, had a career in banking and human resources, and last year I thought I need a career change, so I came to London to do the MA in translation here at the London Met. And we've done several modules that have to do with technology, such as the technology module and localization.
Does this work? Yes. Hi, I'm Ava Carter. I'm a native German speaker. I've lived in several countries over the last 10 years in pursuit of the perfect job and the perfect degree. And I found both in London. Yes, I've studied the BA in Applied Translation, and I now work for a company called World Writers. It's part of a marketing agency, so we don't work with InDesign files and all of that. We're quite different, but I'll go into the details later. And yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you very much for these introductions. Now, I think since we've heard so far so many wonderful things about technology and translation, so I think it would be very appropriate to ask you the very first question, which would be, in your view and from your personal and professional experience, what kind of benefits do we get from technology in translation?
I really wasn't very techy when I started the course, and I still am not, but I have to say that I was really, really positively surprised by the course we've been taught here at London Met, which was working well with translation technology. It was very, very beneficial for me, and I was surprised by how easy it is to handle in the end, the translation memory tools, and how much they actually do help a student. And I realized, because in the beginning, I suppose, as many other translators who get into this first, I've had doubts about how beneficial it could be and how much maybe it doesn't like threaten the translator or the human and the profession. So I was a bit afraid of this, but yeah, the course really changed my mind, and I really found translation memory tools to be easier to handle than I thought, and really good tool for a translator, time saving, and yeah, really great thing.
Yeah, I also believe that that translation tools, TAT tools, translation memory tools specifically, are a very good extension of the translator and of the competence of the translator. It is, however, important to state that that is not all. You really need to be a competent translator first for being able to really use translation tools at its maximum level. So if you are a bad translator, finally, what will you do with a translation memory tool? You will just propagate your own errors quicker. So you will just really make that your crap goes much quicker into the world. So you need really to be a competent translator. Translation tools are great, and I love them, but I think we need not to forget that the other part is very, very important too, which is a very good knowledge of the languages, the cultures, and competence as a translator.
In my case, we don't really traditionally use a lot of translation technology, because what we do is creative translation. So we actually do send out the copy decks with a creative brief, and then we rely on our multilingual copywriters to work with that. So because it's creativity that we want and need, a translation memory can't provide that. You actually need a human being with cultural insight, with a good writing style, and yeah, just that certain something to be able to adapt a campaign line for China or something. Because often we actually don't really do a word-for-word translation, we translate ideas. So the translation memories are not very useful there. But I must say that we do a lot of digital copy now. It's called BTL in our marketing lingo. It's below the line, so it's not mass media. It could be, I don't know, a Facebook app. And then you have competitions, and then you have terms and conditions that come with the competitions. And guess what? This is where the translation technology comes in. But this is really for the sort of, in inverted commas, cheap, high-volume stuff. You know, the real stuff, campaign lines, print ads. For that, we don't use translation technology.
Okay, thank you much for that. Now, one more sort of follow-up question. Now, can you imagine having to do today's job without technology? How difficult would that be?
In my case, that would be absolutely impossible. Because we also, for example, we also run cultural consultations. So people say, okay, we have this idea of doing something with happiness in a campaign line. What do people in Iran think about it? That sort of thing. So we actually have to reach out across different markets in no time and get back with the feedback before some agency in London makes the mistake of their lives and just wastes time on something that doesn't work. So yeah, in terms of emailing, internet, it really wouldn't work. I cannot imagine what it would be like without it. I think I'd probably, I don't know, for me it's like imagining the Stone Age.
But then when you think about this, translation were done, I mean, translation was performed, you know, like decades ago as well, and they still did it. Hans, can you comment on that?
Yeah, well, the requisites were also different, I think. I mean, it's not the same to translate in a world where the expectations are that you will write something on a paper, and where if you make a mistake somewhere on the top of the page, you're not going to type out the whole page again. You will just put tipex, and that will be accepted. Nowadays, I mean, let's not forget, Word and Internet technology too. So I really don't think I could work without that. If you're asking me if I use CAD tools always for every translation, well, no. I use it for those translations where I see that there's repetition and where there's a benefit in using them. If there's other translations where probably I will not use those tools.
Yeah, as Hans already said, 20 years ago exactly, there was no other technology either. There was no email, as our prelocutors also said. There was no fast internet. There was no all this technology that we know and have now. So the translator didn't need to bother with it because there was just no there was no need. There was no need for translation tools because everything was just slower and there was less expectations toward the translator, I suppose.
Okay, thank you. Now, how do you think, or to what extent, does technology improve quality of translation?
Well, for me, technology is like a magnifying glass. So if you're a good translator and you know really how to deliver a great quality translation, then technology will just enhance that. It will make you quicker, will make you more effective, will make you repeat your good choices, translation choices, etc. But yeah, what I said before, if you are a bad translator, that magnifying glass will just show you the bigger picture, but in that quality.
Yeah, in my case, I can say that we are currently pitching for a well-known theme park near Paris, and it's several 100,000 words of translation that we have to turn over in like 1 week or so. So we actually have farmed out the whole thing. I think for some markets across 7 different translators and proofreaders. It feels a bit like, I don't know, the King James Bible or something, having different chapters and different parts working on it. But for that we use our branded version of World Server, meaning that different people can work on it, and the TM updates itself in real time. So hopefully, fingers crossed, that will keep inconsistencies and quality issues to a minimum. But even so, once the files are coming back, we still have to check. There's something called Xbench. I haven't tried it yet, but my colleague bangs on about it. It's basically something that allows you to highlight inconsistencies when the same segments have been translated differently, and it just flags it up. So for that, we couldn't do it without it. So, and again, the timing is also very important.
Yeah, exactly. That's just it. It's gonna improve your proofreading. Basically, it's gonna it helps you to avoid mistakes, layout mistakes, and translation small grammar mistakes, or just all these tiny things. It's really gonna help you to have it near to perfect or perfect.
Okay, thank you much for that. Now, another question. If we go in the opposite direction, to what extent does technology limit us? Does it? If it does, to what extent?
Well, I often have to deal with character restrictions, especially if it's things like, I don't know, tweets for a campaign, or if it's for apps or things, you know, anything that is going to be used digitally. There are character restrictions. That's definitely one thing. And the other problem is that when you use a translation tool, the text gets segmented in, I don't know, mythic and strange ways sometimes, and you don't really see where the top of the page is. So if you know that you need to put the TM sign only the first time something is mentioned, you don't know where it is mentioned for the first time when you look at it segment by segment. It's these little things that are tricky.
Yeah, and additionally, what Danielle already said in the last presentation, sometimes you get into PDF scanned certificates. I noticed there that when I'm translating from Spanish into Dutch, I get more of those because the translation market of Spanish into Dutch is much more like documents that have to be translated, legal documents, and often they are scanned copies. So I presume that I will translate less with CAT2 when I'm translating from Spanish. When I'm translating from English, I think I will translate much more with CAT2 because I get much more text in Word.
We were told that there is also the monetary side to it, so meaning that the client will try and push down the prices if the translator works with a memory tool, so that might be a problem as well.
Okay, thank you very much for these answers. Now, let's have some questions from the audience. Does anybody have any question to our students and former students about their perspective of technology in translation?
Just an observation, actually. So we heard, the Dani and Kari talk about. Is it Kari? Talk about how they use technology with lots and lots of experience, and they were saying that they both of them use translation environment tools or CAT tools for everything they are doing, and all of you I think said that you're not doing that for everything because the translation memory aspect of it is not so relevant for every kind of text type. But you also call them translation memory tools. You also call them CAT tools, but you use the term translation memory tools, and I think that that's one of those things where we kind of have to guard ourselves a little bit because they're not translation memory tools. That's one feature of those tools, and I think that experienced translators know that. It's translation memory is just one of the 10, 12, 15 features we have in those tools, and so I think that what we have done, and all of us have done, by calling them by a feature, we pretend that there is only that one feature, and I think the more experience we have, we realize that these are not one feature tools, but many feature tools. Just a observation.
Okay. Yeah, actually, that's right. I do translations for charity as well, and they come always in the same format and with some sections that are actually always more or less the same. And then there's free text that will always be very different and always related to a different subject and has nothing to do one with the other. So even there now I'm used to translate all the basic sections in with the CAT tool, and then because I have to do it from the university because I don't have my own Trados yet or own CAT tool yet. So, and then I take it home and I do the free text sections in Word at my home. So yeah, actually, I'm using the other features, especially for layout, and then the translation memory part only for the relevant sections.
Yeah, maybe also in response to that comment, I think the translation memories are probably the part that we spend most time with, you know, updating it, cleaning it. Of course, there are lots of other things, but this is really what causes us most work. That's at least from a project manager's perspective.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, yeah, I think it comes with age and experience to get to know all the different parts of CAT tools rather than just the translation memory aspect. So, yeah, you're
Okay, one more question?
Thank you, Ivor Fogarty. I was wondering what the expectations are of you and your fellow student colleagues from the teaching that you get in a university about translation environment tools. Do you expect to know one set of tools in great depth, or a range of, say, 5 of them, or a basic understanding of the principles? What would you find most useful to come out to the outside world with?
As I said, I thought it was a great module at this university, and it was the most, or one of the most beneficial ones for my at least future career as a translator, the translation, the CAT tool module. But I think it could be extended even more. I think it could be made year-long rather than just 6 months, in order to go, as you said, into more depth and maybe to get to know even more translation tools rather than just one. Yeah, that's my opinion. I think it should be extended, given how important it really is now, as we've heard in Danny and Carrie's presentation.
Said that, I would also add that if you learn one CAT tool, you learn them all actually, because they are pretty much the same. They're quite alike. So I think that if you know one in depth, that will be really beneficial because you can get started, and from there, if you have to use another one, I think with a small online tutorial or something, you could get that.
Yeah, when I did the course, I think there was a heavy focus on Trados, but that was not a bad thing because we were encouraged to get our, what's it called, the workbench first certificate or something, and if you can put that on your CV, that is definitely something that prospective employers look for. And since then, I've been through different versions of Trados up to server-based things, so I think that's still the thing for the industry. Of course, there are other things that, other tools that translators like to use, like, I don't know, Omega T or MemoQ, but I've never been in an office where that's been used.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Okay, in that case, thank you very much to our honorable speakers. Thank you very much for the questions, and I think it's the coffee break now. Thank you.
Thank you. This is going to be a very informal session, disguised as a formal session, but because, you know, well, it's 4:30, and, you know, it's been a long day for everyone. Just a couple of announcements before we start. In your welcome packs, there is a feedback form. So before you leave, if you could leave the feedback form duly filled in with one of us or at reception desk. If you forget, it's okay, because we will send you the link to the online version of the feedback form. We just want to gather your opinion about today's event and how we can improve on it. And the second thing, for those of you who requested a certificate of attendance, I'm doing that. I'll be very quick. They are at reception, so our ambassadors will just will give you the certificate. Just ask for one in your name. Was that quick enough? Yes. Okay, so today we've heard about loads of things, all very interesting talks, and I would like to thank our panel first of all for joining us for this final session. I think that the common thread that we've heard about today is considering students and also considering learners as not just, you know, robots, but we need to consider also motivation and, as Minako was mentioning earlier, affective, whatever affects and affects students' engagement with the classroom. We've also heard about the rise of the amateur, or the comeback of the amateur from Reinhardt, and the democratization of translation, which means that now what was being done by few is being done by many, or actually, future prospect would be that it can be done by anyone. And so this is something that actually I would like to discuss in more detail with our panels. We've also heard about teaching translators or students how to deal with non-translation related skills. And this is something that is particularly interesting and close to me, because I always wonder, when our students leave, do they expect us to have learned everything from us? Do they expect us to provide a full package, or do they still have that willingness to learn, as Pim was mentioning, and also as Minako was mentioning in her presentations at the beginning, whether they're willing to learn as they do during the process, or do they expect us lecturers to provide them, like I said, with a full set of skills, and they're ready to confront the market. One thing that I would also like to throw to our panel is, what about us, as lecturers, since the majority, or the people that attending the symposium today were academics. Before we can teach students, we need to learn ourselves, and so we need to learn how to use open source software, how to use technology, and also we have to face the limitations that are currently in place in academia. First of all, funding limitations, and then structural limitations in terms of venues, labs, and technology available to us and to students. So there's quite a bit to discuss, and Agata will join me in this discussion with other points. We want this session to be interactive, so if at any point anyone wants to butt in, Maria, who's been great today, will come round and give you the microphone to speak. So feel free to interrupt kindly, and we'll give you. Okay. For our web speakers, thank you for joining us again, and we're going to use the wireless microphones so that it can be transferred onto YouTube. So who wants to start? Thank you, Rainer.
That was a setup. I don't know what to start with. So the first thing maybe is that I'd really would invite you to join the Translation Commons and look at it and become friends of the Wörter Foundation, because we are really dependent on your donations. The other thing is that you made a point that the rise of the amateur, and everybody. There is that came through during the day. There is a misconception, I think, between when people talk about volunteers, volunteers are not necessarily amateurs. They're sometimes professionals do volunteer, and actually a lot of professionals do volunteer, and that's the same. If that all sorts of different organizations. So that somebody volunteers does not mean that they do a bad job. It doesn't mean that that they're amateurs. So if you pay for translation, sometimes you get bad translations. And I've talked to a lot of people who have made that experience. For students to get involved and to really become responsible and to do something where they can feel and see immediately that their work will have an impact. So it's not just for money. Money is important, but it's not just for money. It's for much, much more. So language matters, not just to make a living, but also to affect people's lives. In terms of teaching, and what about us? We have to learn, and the best. So I've been involved in teaching for maybe 17 years or so, maybe longer. And the best experience I've made was this with the Weather Foundation and the volunteers, because there are things coming up that I could not have made up. I could not have anticipated them. I could not have asked anybody, what happens if. Those things come up when you do them, and the best thing, and this also came through, I think, during the day. When you talk about translation and translators, what I find really interesting is to hear from practitioners, and because they know what they're talking about. And no disrespect to academics, including myself, but if you don't do things, you have a limited vision of what is going on, and most things you learn by doing, and you learn them best by doing. So there is, and this is there is this event that we are organizing for the 3rd and 4th of November in London. So if you're interested in that, contact us, or contact me, or contact the Weather Foundation, and get involved. Because what we want to do is we want, and that came up in Jost's talk as well. We want to involve people who are the translators, the people that need translation. And we want to ask them and find out from them what they need, how they would like to work. What is stopping them from doing the job that they want to do better, and then integrate that in the roadmap for the translation commons and facilitate the work of translators and help them to do their job better, rather than trying to adapt what translators do to the technology that exists.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are a lot of things to say about all these topics, but I want to also start with this term amateur. It already has a negative connotation, doesn't it? Slightly looking down. And my initial interest in this whole fan translation area started with that kind of scorn by certain scholars already before they looked at this fan translation work. And in fact, some of them are better than professional translation. Not all of them, many are very bad, very poor, but some are really good because of their genre knowledge. Some of these people are very familiar with, say, manga or anime or any given area that they may work in. And by comparison, when you look at professional translation conditions, they are not conducive to good quality translation sometimes. So I think this really is a good time to reflect upon professional practice in terms of conditions, impossible deadlines, not giving context. So I think it raises a whole lot of issues like that. And as for sort of affect emotion I talked about, I really like to show students that lecturers themselves are very passionate about the topic, and that somehow catches on, not to everyone, but at least to some. And passion is something really important in whatever you do, I think. Yeah, okay.
I certainly agree with that last point. Passion is really important, and yeah. enough said. But I have a couple of comments as to what lecturers should do to keep up with technology. I think that translation lecturers need to continue to work as translators. I really feel strongly about that because you know, you can go to webinars, you can go do this and that to learn about technology, but if you know, and I'm not saying you should have, you know, immense hours a week to work as translators. If you just do a translation job, you know, every once in a while and work for, you know, choose companies to work for who are at the top level of translation technology, and you know, it's easy to find out who they are. You know, participate in a crowdsourcing project, for instance, participate in a post-editing of machine translation project, participate in a, you know, idiom world server, whatever. You know, there's tons of things. Participate in Omega T project somehow. I think that's really important, and I think that what that will do is it will keep you up to date with technology, but it will also keep the passion afloat. I think, you know, passion. You know, passion is really central, I think, in everything you do, right? And you know, I've to always talk about something, you know, you can be passionate about it, but if you repeat yourself ever so often over the years, you lose passion. But not if you know, there's a good chance that you won't lose passion if you actually keep your nose on the job. So I would really recommend that to any translation lecturer. I think that Daniela and Kari said some really important things that cannot be maybe taught at universities, but should be at least communicated to students somehow. One thing that they said is diversification, which I think is really crucial, and I think I just talked to somebody about that. It's crucial for two reasons. One is that you know, freelance translators don't always have, you know, translation work all the time, so it's important to fill those hours when you don't have, maybe sometimes days, where you don't have translation work with other jobs that are meaningful, and hopefully maybe even tie in with your translation, whether it's a subject area or whether it's, you know, translation of whatever related material of topic. And also it keeps you sane. You know, translation isn't always fun. I mean, that's, you know, sorry, it isn't. It really isn't. You know, there's translation in general is fun. It's fun, I think, I take particular joy in using technology, making myself more efficient with technology. But depending on the material that you translate, it can be really boring. And especially when it's, you know, the 50,000 word job for version 8.9 of that stupid manual that you've translated 25 times before. That's not fun, you know. So if you have something else that you can also do to, you know, keep your mind fresh and that ties in with the translation work, I think that's really helpful and really good. Also, I think that, so what I've noticed over the years, I've been talking to translators for about 15 years or so now, and there was a 15 years ago, the greatest need, I think, or the greatest gap that I felt was there, that translators didn't learn at universities, was technology. I think it has changed. Technology has become much, you know, a much stronger part of the syllabuses at universities. But I think what has not being done appropriately is business. So I mean, part of the business that Kari and Daniela talked about, but also the overview over our industry, for instance. You know, that translators, that young translators have an idea that there is a vast amount of possibilities, and that they, you know, that they have an idea where to start to look for opportunities when they start their real life as translators.
But that's something that usually students get to learn through, I don't know, work placement modules, where they're sent out and work for agencies, so they can actually be in a translation agency or company and see that there's not just translation. They can be employed as project managers, they can be employed as proofreaders. So they, I mean, in some courses, they are exposed to the outer world, so to speak. And I agree with you that it's important that lecturers still translate, because it's important then for students to get answers in the classroom. I see it with my students. I like to tell them my horror stories from, you know, my clients and everything, and you can see that they appreciate that. Or, you know, if they ask you, why can't I charge this much? So you have to give a reasonable and a reasoned answer about that. And if you don't work in the industry, sometimes you don't just learn it, you know, in books. So if we want to apply this to lecturers and, you know, being translators, can we also reverse it and maybe say translation theorists, it would be good for them to also deal with translation practice as such? And this is also for the audience, maybe. Because the onus shouldn't just be on practitioners, but also on people who theorize about translation and therefore our field in particular. Please, yes.
Yeah, the interesting thing is this, you know, theory versus practice is a somewhat, you know, struggle between the two, especially when you talk to some practitioners. Their answer is they don't need theory. But the interesting thing is, this is something Anthony and we're talking about. Every translator theorizes. You know, when you're working out translation strategy, you are actually hypothesizing and theorizing. So just think about that. So you do much more than just, you know, producing target text. A lot of thinking going into it, and including theorization. And theory is something which really helps you to generalize your approach. Because I'm one of those people who worked as a translator first, on-the-job training mainly, and then later learned about translation theory. And I can see the connection quite clearly now. Before I couldn't. And I can see how it could help systematize your kind of conceptualization of what you're doing. So.
Just 1 second, just get the microphone so that we can hear you.
So in your opinion, all practitioners should go in theory to help them systematize and theorize?
No, I'm not exactly quite saying that. What I'm saying is that practitioners also do theorize without really, you know, maybe realizing it. And the theory has a place, but I don't know whether every practitioner should know about translation theory. I'm not so sure to that one.
Maybe I could. There's two connected points. One is that if you want to find out what is going on, there's a lot of, well, not a lot, but there's a few associations and organizations that you should be aware of. So you know the Translators Associations or Institute of Linguists, and you know they're kind of mainly based in different countries. In localization, which is, you know, kind of a big supplier of translation jobs, I guess. You have GALA, which is the Globalization and Localization Association. You know, they have an annual conference, which is quite expensive to go to, but it's you know, they have also a website that is free, at least in parts. And there, then there is the ELIA, the European Language Industry Association. Then there is so they have regular events. There is Localization World. They have 2 to 3 events a year, you know, one in the States, one in Europe, and now one in Asia. And they all, by the way, they all have started in the last year or two to look at what they call talent. And I didn't know what talent was, but it's us basically. You know, it's potential employees. So it's people that have the skills that those companies need. So they're looking at how to develop talent. And so they started at least 3, if not, you know, 4 parallel developments where they look at job specifications and skills requirements and how to attract talent to the industry. You know, when you, I mean, we had the RRC runs an annual conference, and we had last year in November we had a session on on training and education for localization professionals. And we had an owner of a translation agency there, and she was kind of typical in a way, because the translation agencies are giving out that they don't have access to talent. That the translators that join them and don't have the necessary qualifications. They expect too much. They think they can do everything, and they can't. The talent itself says that they're underpaid and undervalued, and they're put under stress, and they're given the impossible to do every day, and they can't refuse, because if they do, they get fired. The companies say they're not making any money. When I talk about the Rosetta Foundation to them, they say, well, we are a non-profit too, so how are you different? Because they say they don't make any money. If you tell them, well, if you don't make any money, why are you in business? So there's a lot of discussion going on about business aspects and education and training in the industry at the moment. And if you're interested in that, the ALIA, GALA, and Localization World are all kind of at least 3, and there's probably more organizations, industry associations that are looking into that, in addition to the national translation associations. And just one last point before I forget it, and because we're probably, I want to make that point. I want to, going back to the discussion about amateurs and professionals. And an image that I really like is that of, you know the Ark, that Noah built the Ark. To keep all the animals alive and all the people. He was kind of an amateur, and he didn't. And it was smelly, I guess, too. It was one of those chaotic places that was out of control. Where all those animals lived together, but they survived. The opposite end to that is the Titanic, that was built in Ireland, in north of Ireland, Belfast. And a colleague in Belfast told me that she was fine when she left. And if you think about the purpose of the Titanic, that was built by the world's best engineers, and what was it supposed to do? It was supposed to represent the best engineering that was available. It was the biggest commercial cruiser liner in the world, and it failed because it was driven into disaster by somebody who wanted to beat the world record for an Atlantic crossing, and it sank. So the Titanic was built by engineers, and the Ark was built by amateurs. And I don't know whether that is, always works like that, but it's something to think about.
I do want to say one thing about the crowdsourcing also, which is not quite in line, I think, what has been said at the conference so far. So in some areas, I'm using word crowdsourcing now, that you use fan translation, or and it's of course slightly different what fan translation and crowdsourcing is. But so what I'm talking about is typically volunteer teams who work on some kind of a translation project that might be managed by a professional translator or terminologist or project manager or not. And they might do it for, truly altruistic reasons, because they want to have fun with the game, or because they feel proud to be members of Facebook or whatever, I think what we need to be, and this doesn't really include your Rosetta Stone project, but I think what we need to be a little bit careful with is to assume that it plays a huge role, because it doesn't play a huge role. I think it plays a huge role in the sense that you just mentioned, that we could look at that and learn more about translation in general. I think that's very true. It also plays a huge role in what Anthony said, that there's a rehumanization, kind of an odd way happening in through projects like that. But in the industry as a whole, if we want to call it industry, in the translation world as a whole, crowdsourcing projects play a very small role. And I think that's important to understand for especially young translators. The majority of translation is not, of course these are very impressive numbers if you look at the TED videos, for instance, or if you look at some of the other the Khan Academy, or of course Facebook and Twitter, and all these social sites that have been translated through crowdsourcing, or are continued to be translated through crowdsourcing, or of course Wikipedia in a different kind of way, but still also crowdsourced, partly translated. Those are well-known projects, but the majority of commercial translation is done not through crowdsourcing, but through professional translation. I think that's really, just as a side note, so to speak.
I'm sorry, I do not want to end on the point where we should kill crowdsourcing, because I have I'm involved in open learning resources. We have enthusiasm who are lecturers, and both lecturers and practitioners. So we have 2 years ago we've started creating this open resource for interpreter training called SpeechPool, and that is we needed, for trainers, we needed a huge bank of speeches to train people, students. So we appealed through international institutions, European Union institutions, to the lecturers, universities, by email, Facebook, to actually contribute to the SpeechPool. It's only a YouTube link to the website, SpeechPool website. So we got a very first prime funding to actually create the website. But the rest was crowdsourcing, it's the creation of the resources by crowds. What we appeal to the lecturers about is to actually establish quality control, probably similar a little bit to yours, so that we don't have all the, not just the lecturers, but also the users. We left we asked them to give feedback on the speeches that were recorded by former students, public or lecturers, and uploaded onto YouTube and then linked to SpeechPool. So that was the best kind of, crowdsourcing quality control. When if speeches were of poor quality, then people would leave a comment to say that these are, we dismiss the silly comments, but reasonable comments. If they said this was poor quality, not usable or whatever, we removed it. But it is a kind of university community, and that's crowdsourcing from the point of view of involving lecturers and quality control. We believe, and maybe we're idealists, but we believe that can be done. Not only that, we actually appealed to collect money for the maintenance of this website, and it looks like we're getting some money, not a lot of money, but some money for the maintenance, because this resource is used across the world, in African states as well, where they've just started training professional interpreters. So what I'm saying is that I think we should actually be very, very positive about the principles of goodwill and crowdsourcing, but also responsible. I mean, maybe give a little bit of our time to that quality control issue. So, sorry, I reacted, yeah.
So I didn't want to be negative about crowdsourcing. I think crowdsourcing is really interesting, and I'm quite positive that crowdsourcing, what I understand of crowdsourcing. But I think the point I wanted to make is that, it's sort of a sexy topic a little bit that we like to talk about, but I think we sometimes lose a little focus of how relevant it actually is for the world of translation, as far as the actual number of jobs that are going out. And I think that it
starts with training. You start with training. This is where, this is what Minako's sort of talk. You have to start training, and then you nurture them to become professionals.
Right.
But
No, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think crowdsourcing definitely has a place, but at the same time, sometimes can be really hyped, out of proportion. I think that's very, very true as well. Now, just changing the direction of discussion slightly, I want to just reflect upon issue of trust and things like ethics. and legality, because some of the sessions I attended, it came through. For example, cloud computing. Can you really trust, your data to be there? It's, in a way, it's great. It's, looked after. Even if your computer crashes, it's, saved up there. But what happens if up there falls? You can't access your data. So I think it's good to have a critical attitude to cloud computing, for example. Although it's very, very useful and everybody is going that way, and that links to the idea of crowdsourcing and fan translation. I think, to me, the biggest difference between crowdsourcing and fan translation is the issue of legality, because fan translation, generally speaking, is illegal activity, because they translate, they appropriate the copyrighted material. They don't seek any permission. So that is a big issue. That's why I don't say to my students, go and do fan translation. I may turn blind eyes sometimes, but I certainly don't encourage them, and certainly tell them that's an illegal activity. Actually, there are many arrests over this. Whereas crowdsourcing is organized by the copyright owner, so there's no issue of legality at all. However, when you look at ethical issue, it's rather interesting, because in one sense, you can treat fan translator as like an activist, because their motivation is to really share good materials in very timely way. So, for example, in Japan, there are so many animation production on TV that not all of them are translated at all. So fans take that in their own hands to make it available to purely share the enjoyment. So that's a kind of good interest. So from their point of view, they're being ethical. They're only just sharing, and they're not making any commercial profit themselves. But end of the day, according to today's legal framework, it is an illegal activity, and the students should be definitely made aware of this fact. And I mentioned about this trust issue. In professional translation, I don't need to tell you, trust is very important. Clients need to be able to trust translators. So therefore, it's very interesting. I was talking to a translator from WIPO, World Intellectual Properties Office, translating patents. And they said they are not allowed to more than one sentence's worth in Google, just in case that's kept, So this kind of awareness, I think, is very important. It came through a little bit through Carrie and Danny's talk as well, this use of machine translation, etc., because that's probably taken into Google's corpus, etc. So I think these issues are very important to be aware with this new phenomena, and also in terms of training students, because ethics often divides between professionals and amateurs, and novice and more experienced translators.
This is a great example. So WIPO has, in fact, developed its own machine translation engine based on Moses, a very interesting machine translation engine. The European Patent Office, on the other hand, which is the counterpart to WIPO, they've gone full Google. So their machine translation engine is completely based on Google, and everything they translate ends up in Google. And I'm just mentioning that to show that the wide range of notions that very similar organizations, the European Patent Office, the World Intellectual Property Organization, can have on the very same issue. So, and I think that sort of is representative of where we are right now. We don't quite know where to go with all these intellectual property things, and that's, I think, probably the perfect example that exemplifies that.
I think we're taking over from the audience. There was a very interesting talk that wasn't published, unfortunately, at an ASLIP conference maybe 3 or 4 years ago or so on that issue. And it was a lawyer, and that was the first lawyer that I ever heard talking at a translation conference. And he outlined the legalities of translation memories and statistical machine translation, and described the different legal systems in the States and in Europe. And his conclusion was that the only thing that needs to happen is that the German prosecutor decides to arrest a Google executive when they change planes at Frankfurt Airport, because there is a case for them to do that. Because basically what they do is they they take material that is not theirs, and repurpose it to make money. So basically, that is not legal under European law. So the IP issue is probably in economic terms the most important one of all. Technology is secondary in comparison to that. I just want to make a very strong statement, coming back to the idea of the current language services industry servicing 2 billion people. There's 5 billion who are not served by what we do because we charge for the work that we do. And there is, it's not a thing that would be nice to have. It's not something where we would work for free for Google or for Facebook or for Symantec or Adobe. It's something that is really written down in the Declaration of Human Rights by the United Nations, and it's actually Article 2, which says that nobody should be discriminated against because of their religion, their gender, their color, and their language. And that is a fundamental universal human right that we have, not to be discriminated against because of the language that we speak. And what happens is that if you speak certain languages, you live, and if you speak certain other languages, you not necessarily die, but you have a lower chance to survive in this world, and all the things in between. So this is not a nice thing to have, a nice thing to do, kind of something that we do in our spare time. It's something that we have a moral and ethical obligation to get involved in as professionals.
Thank you. On the subject of ethics in academia also, and when we teach, I think maybe the message that we can put across is that we can give the information and tell our students about the implications of infringement of copyright or using or reusing machine-translated content that doesn't belong to them. But then it's up to them to go out there and be confronted with these situations. So what I'd like you to, because we're approaching the end of this session, what message can our students, old and new, take away today? Freelancers, or maybe tired of the profession and are looking for that excitement, and are looking for that motivation in their work, and also academics who have to deal with several difficulties, but also with finding that renewed passion or keeping that passion alive in order to transfer what they know and what they've learned throughout their experience to a new generation of translators. What sort of message can we give?
You've already taken my message about passion, so it's very difficult to find something else. But I think, anything you do, if you tackle with passion and with open mind, so, there's no reason why practicing translators shouldn't be reading translation theory books, So just keep an open mind and, open to opportunities, and keep your eyes wide open and really passionate about what you do is my message.
Okay, go. So I think talk to the people. So first message is that your work really makes a difference. It really makes a difference in people's lives. What you do as translators, can change the world. And you just talk to the people that get a bit of the benefits of your work, and you listen to them, and you hear what difference it made to them to hear somebody talking their language and not in English, which in many parts of the world is the language of the the colonizer, the oppressor, the whatever. It's not just English, it's also, in certain parts of the world, it's also German, and it's French, and it's Portuguese. So it makes a huge difference when people are being talked to in their language and when they feel respected. And you just talk to those people that have had the experience, and you won't believe the effect that has on them and on their lives. And passion has to do with doing something that has meaning, that makes sense. So think about the meaning of what you do and the impact that your work has, and it's completely undervalued usually. Many translators are really frustrated. They are just seen as part of your operational team somewhere that has to do more for less and better. So that is something that I think we have to move out of and explain to people and send out the message that language matters. It's not a nice to have. It's a universal human right of everybody, and it makes a huge difference to people's life, and it can actually make the difference between life and death. So I think that should be motivation enough.
I certainly can echo what Reinhard said. The reason why Natalie Kelly and I wrote this Fountain Translation book was to be able to communicate to the public what translation and interpretation is about, and to give a sense of pride to practitioners, because we can be proud of what we do, and truly can be proud of what we do. When everybody gets different kind of kicks, and to remind oneself about why it's cool what we're doing, or why a certain thing is cool. We need to be reminded sometimes. What I do is I get a Google news alert for language every day, and not that I'm saying that you should do the same thing, but I love language. I think language is miraculous, is powerful, is well, I don't have to go on. I think most of you probably would agree with my notions on language, but I read the 30 most interesting stories on language every day, just the headlines, and if a headline is there that interests me, I read the article, and there's not a single day when I don't get a huge smile and a huge big heart about what language is, and that I'm participating in language. I'm participating in the transferal of language, and that usually is enough to bring me through the day and make me really proud of who I am as a translator.
Thank you very much for these recommendations and these messages. I haven't had a chance to ask my difficult questions, I'm afraid, but I would like to ask the audience if there are any further messages that we could finish with. Yeah, there are some.
I don't know, you've heard me, so never stop learning. That we know so little, and there's so much more to learn, and that really should motivate you to go on developing yourself professionally.
Share with the remaining audience. Okay. So thank you, Jost, thank you, Reinhard, thank you, Minako, for joining us for this final panel, and thank you everyone for staying until the end. I'm going to leave the floor to Zubida, the committee organizer, for final recommendations and acknowledgements. Yes, and a close.
I'm the last person to speak. I know that everybody is very tired after a delightful day, and I think if you've had as much fun as we have had, my colleagues and ourselves, we will call this day a real success. So that's my hope anyway. I know you're very tired, so all I want to do now is extend my thanks, and I hope I won't be forgetting anybody here. Please do tell me if I forget, because there are so many people I would like to thank. I will start with our speakers who have come from a long way, some of you. So thank you very much for very insightful papers, communications, presentations that you have shared with us today. So thank you to Anthony Pym, who has left us just a short while ago, but we haven't forgotten him, and we have carried on a lot of topics that he has actually started this morning. Thank you as well to Reinhard, to Jost and to Minako. We are really very, talking about pride, we are very proud to actually have had the privilege of having you share your ideas with all of us. I would like also to extend my thanks to the very many people and institutions who have made this event actually happen today. I'll try to list the major ones. First of all, I would like to thank people who have sponsored us. So this includes the HEA. Thank you very much, Phil. It also includes the support was both administrative and financial. So thank you ever so much. We are very proud to have you here with us. I would like also to extend our thanks on behalf of the committee to the AHRC. It's a bit of a mouthful, this acronym, but thank you very much indeed to, Charles Forsdick. Yes, sorry, that's not having made too many notes. Very proud to have you, and thank you ever so much. We've had a lot of support as well from the Chartered Institute of Linguists. Thank you. A lot of support, logistic and otherwise, from the ITI. Some support as well from the IAPT. Thank you very much for to all these people for having actually spread the word about our conference. To FIT, our support, our thanks go also to the European Union. Thank you very much for to all the people who have contributed. Certainly to Tim Cooper, to make our conference quite, the success that I think it has been. Very many thanks to the UK, to colleagues that have come from UK universities. Thanks to Twitter followers. The day has been extremely full with lots and lots of tweets and tweeters. And to YouTube viewers as well. I think we have been quite visible, on those scenes today. More than 100. That is quite. Thank you very much. I think this is very impressive indeed, and we can be proud of that. I would like to also. Now, have I forgotten anybody? Please do let me know. But I would like to also thank the audience. Thank you for coming from wherever you were coming. You have made this this event a very successful one as well. Thank you to my colleagues here who have been part of the committee. I've got to thank, yes, you, Farida Itisami, Piero, Toto, and also Nadia Rahab, who is not here today, but she has been in our minds. She had to be somewhere else. Yeah. And thank you to my colleagues as well from the translation and interpreting teams. And finally, thank you to the to Daniel, who has been extremely useful and supportive to us, with Carlos as well. Have I forgotten anybody? Student ambassadors. Yes, thank you. I think they have been absolutely wonderful. So I think that's it. Sorry. Our dean. Oh gosh, yes. I can't forget the dean of the faculty, right? So thank you very much for his support and everything he has done for us. Yes. And that's it. I think we can. Okay, we will. The only thing I will add here is that it is in our intention to actually produce a publication. So we will. We've got all your details, and we will keep you informed of the next steps. Oh, that's very good. Thank you very much. Yes, they will be available. I can't promise exactly when, but in the next few days, we hope. We will be putting them on our YouTube channel. So obviously, we will be sending Sorry? On the website. On the website. Sorry. So we will be, providing you with the link. So yes, thank you very much. Right. I can only wish you, if you are going somewhere else now, going back home, I wish you a very, very good trip back home, wherever that is. And I think we can close the event today. Thank you very much again.